Good afternoon, everyone, or morning, I should say. Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today, I want to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today, we're going to be looking at Pierre Bonnard's Nude in the Bath and Small Dog. It's one of his final paintings that he created between 1941 and 1946. I love this painting. We've done two Bonnard paintings already, two fairly obscure paintings by Bonnard, and I felt like I couldn't really move on from our discussion about Bonnard before we tackled maybe one of his most iconic pieces, or from the series he did of his wife in the bathtub. This is his wife, Marta. Because probably if you've ever seen a Bonnard painting, it might have been from one of these bathtub pieces. He did about 6 of them over the 40 years or so that him and Marta were together, first as his model and then his partner, and then 20 years later became his wife, and then actually she passes away during the time he's making this painting. So there's this painting, there's a lot going on behind the scenes in this artwork. And I know that some people may have been tuning and expecting us to do a feedback episode. I was up to 1 in the morning last night culling images together, and I still had like another 5 hours to go, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm going to be up all night long, which is a good thing that there's so much activity on our Facebook group. But I've scheduled it for next Tuesday so that we can really dive into all the great stuff that you guys have put on that Facebook group. So rather than just not doing anything at all, I thought, let's do this painting because I want to do this painting before I can move on. So let's look at the plan for today's episode. We are going to do the image transfer. I'll show you how to do that. We're going to stain the canvas. Then we're going to talk very briefly about Bonnard's biography. I think I've spent a couple of hours already doing that, so there's not much new I think I can add at this point, except maybe talking a little bit about their relationship. Did I talk about that already? Between Bonnard and Marta. Underpainting, maybe not. Background, foreground, background. I mean, Bonnard's process, the way he painted, was very slow. I'd like to get this done in 4 hours, but oh my goodness, it won't surprise me if I'm here over 5 hours working on this thing. So some of you might be just going to sleep, and you can wake up. By the time you wake up, I might be done. So if you want to support the channel, please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, make comments in the chat during the live streams, and after videos have aired. One of the things I love is seeing people go back and leave comments on previous videos after they've aired, so that inspires other people to maybe watch those episodes. Take a photograph of whatever artwork you made during this episode, whether it's a recreation of Bonnard's painting or something else you've been working on. Upload it to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your work next Tuesday afternoon. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation via PayPal, Super Chat here in the live stream, an e-transfer through email, or if you want to send a check in the mail, my email is on the Facebook group, which is the first link below, and my website. And you know, we were talking the other day about the quality of the connection, the internet connection that allows you to watch this in real time. That's because you guys help me pay that bill. So literally, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys continuing to support the channel. So thank you to all of those of you who've been so supportive over the years. So let's get started. So the first thing I want to do here is get an image onto the canvas. This is one of the other Bonnards we made. Of course, I went upstairs right before we went on the air to get the other one, just sitting on the mantle, and then totally forgot why I was upstairs, and now I know. So this is the image that we are going to transfer onto our canvas. So I'll show you where to find that. So in the description below, you'll see a link to a Dropbox folder. In that folder, at the very top, these are our beginner guides to get starting with acrylic painting if you've never painted with acrylic before. The next, I don't know, 100 folders here are for beginner paintings. Paintings I think a beginner painter should be able to do. And some of them are maybe a little bit more complex than others, but most of them are fairly accessible. And then the next, I don't know, 150 folders here are for more intermediate artists. You want to tackle something like Grant Wood's famous American Gothic, or dogs playing poker, or the Mona Lisa, etc. So you can see I try to cover as many different genres and styles there. So anyway, you'll see all of these files in here. We want these last three at the bottom, or at least two of the three. So you have the original artwork, and then you have two versions of the outline. So the outline, so there's the original artwork, and then here's the outline that I traced on my iPad using the Procreate app. Right, and now I'm going to transfer this onto a canvas. So I just download this file, print it out on my inkjet printer here at home. Nothing fancy, nothing special about that. So let's put that on the canvas. So even before I do that, just as a quick reminder, I'm going to paint on a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. I like this particular brand. I ordered them from Amazon. They cost about $2 a piece when you buy them in a set of 12, and I think they're so they're $2 each, but they're more than twice as good as the ones you get from the dollar store for $1. So I take it out of the plastic, give it a sanding with 100 grit sandpaper, then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top of it, and I let that dry overnight, and then I sand it with some 220 grit sandpaper, so I get this nice smooth surface. Oh, I just love those smooth surfaces. There's something so satisfying about prepping a canvas. And if you really get into it, you start building your own canvases, which I've done for years. When I build a frame and then stretch the canvas over top of the frame. So I'm just going to tape down my outline onto the canvas, and then I'm going to use some carbon transfer or graphite transfer paper, different things that do exactly the same thing. And you can see I can reuse these sheets over and over and over. I can get maybe 10 images at least, depending on the complexity of the image, out of each one of these pages. And I just want to, before I do this, just check out so one thing I might try to do is I'm trying to decide how dark do I want to make these outlines. Do I want to lay off a little bit? Is that helpful, important? No, I think I just want to double check, because sometimes Bonnard, the way that he paints is very light, very lightly, and with a lot of transparency. And if we drew these lines maybe too dark, these lines are going to show up, and it'd be kind of difficult to kind of hide them or paint them away. And so I just wanted to double check. I get that I often, I like double checking because I have a background in woodworking, and as the saying goes, measure twice, cut once. Alright, so sometimes it's just like, yes, let's just take a second here and just double check before we draw that line that we are happy with where it's going to go. The one area I might be a little bit lighter on might be her body here, because this is the part of the painting that is very delicately done, and we might want to, like, it's one of those things where you may even look at this painting and you may not even realize for the first 10 seconds you're looking at it that there is in fact a body figure of a woman in the tub. So, which is really kind of remarkable that you could have a painting that has a nude figure in the middle of the painting, and for a second the brain is maybe not necessarily really aware of what it's looking at. And depending on your allegiances to either Henri Matisse or Pablo Picasso, you may say that's a good thing or a bad thing. Matisse would say that's one of the things that makes Bonnard's work so special. Picasso, on the other hand, would probably say that's what makes his work so terrible. Because as we've talked about over the last two Bonnard episodes, or episodes dedicated to Bonnard, Matisse loved the work of Bonnard, and Picasso hated it. So it's interesting to think, just to recognize that not everybody agrees. Well, I guess we're probably aware of that these days. Not everybody agrees. In our times, it seems so divided, but Bonnard was one of those artists who was a polarizing figure. Not because of his personal life, per se, although he did have many relationships besides that of his wife and partner. But my understanding is there was some sort of arrangement there. I was contemplating just not doing all of these tiles on the floor, I mean drawing them out, and just eyeballing it, and then it's like, you know what, I've only been awake for a few hours. I don't know what the quality of my mental capacity is at this exact moment, so no harm will come from just spending a little bit of patience doing this, Michael. You can see I'm just moving the carbon paper down so that I can just draw these lines directly off the page here. So often I say, like, don't worry about doing all the lines, and I'm ignoring some lines, but these, I think, are going to help set me up for success later on. It's a little tedious, I know, but it's it's good to exercise a little bit of patience every so often, right? I'm talking to myself, by the way. Okay. Oh, the dog. Okay, so that's why I don't peel the carbon paper off until I've gone over, just double checked. Not that it would be the end of the world if I had done this and forgotten to do the dog, but it's very hard to line that carbon paper back up after you've taken it off, so. Okay. That looks cool. So let's move on to our next step. Oh, look at all the people in the chat there. There's Easy Arts, there's Pascaline, Pascal, and Letrix. Letrix says, wow, you came back. I don't know where I went, but I feel like I've always been here. Pascal says the color is what makes the shapes. That's true. You know, that's, I think, what Matisse really liked about the work of Bonnard is the reliance on color over line. And Picasso famously was like the king of line. So it's no surprise that Matisse liked Bonnard and Picasso didn't. Pascaline says, if I think of Bonnard's paintings, I see cats. His own style of cats, LOL. He did do some cat paintings. There is another Bonnard painting that we didn't do, or haven't done yet, which is this one of two children playing with a cat. That's on my list of ones to do in the future. This one felt a little bit more... It's a little bit more iconic, and also just maybe my own personal preference. The other one I do really like, obviously, because I chose it, but this is what I want to focus on today. So, let's go to our next step here. Man, I am... on Tuesday when we did our last stream, it was freezing down here, so I'm in my thermal underwear and thermal socks and all this, and now I'm really hot. What's going on with this weather? Okay, so what we want to do now is move on to stain the canvas with a little bit of color. Now, you don't have to do this. I certainly recommend it. That's why I'm going to do it. I think it makes paintings so much better, gives them just that extra level of complexity and color, vibrancy, rather than just painting directly onto a white canvas. But hey, everyone gets to do what they want to do in life. So let's, the Imprimatura is an Italian word that means the priming layer, the first layer of paint. So I'm going to use for this painting, as I've done for all the paintings, what's called the split primary palette. And that means instead of just 3 colors plus white and black, I'm using 6 colors plus white and black, because I've split the so-called primary colors in half into their warm and cold components. Because every color has a temperature, some warmer or cooler than others, but all of them have some kind of, or have a color temperature to some degree. A pun unintended but appreciated. So another way to think about warm and cool colors is cool colors have lean towards the greens, or amenable to green, whereas the warm colors are amenable to orange, or contain orange pigments, or pigments that are moving towards orange. So we got 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus white, and I'm not going to use black, even though I have a tube of black that I've had for 3 years and still have more than 3/4 of it left in the tube. Because if I want to use black, I can mix my own black. And with today's painting, there really isn't any. It's a very, very subtle painting. And this might be one of the very few paintings we've ever done where the value contrast is very narrow, not very extreme at all, which is something I'm always saying. Make the darks darker, make the lights lighter. Here's Bonnard's answer to that question. Because every time you tell an artist you're doing it wrong and you got to do it differently, someone is like, oh yeah, hold my coffee. I'm going to show you exactly how to, I'm going to do exactly what you said I'm not supposed to do, and I'm going to show you how it can be done. So Bonnard is going to show us today. So I'm going to use this Amsterdam paint. I'm not sponsored or paid by them. I've been contacted by them, but I'm still doing this entirely out of my own money, or the donations that you give through PayPal, etc. A tube of paint like this costs about $12 to $17, depending on what side of the North American borders you happen to be on. And you get, this is the 250 milliliter tube. A tube of paint like this should be able to last you for, you know, I don't know, 50, 60 paintings or so. So if you buy a whole set of, 8 tubes of paint, it comes out to like $150 or so. But you'll be able to use that for 50, 60 paintings. And I don't know about you, but most people aren't going to paint 50 or 60 paintings in a year, let alone 2 or 3 years. So it's a pretty good investment for a hobby, if you ask me. And I like this. I think this is the highest quality of paint for the price out there. Because, for instance, you could buy golden paint, and that tube of paint is, how many milliliters is in this? 59 millimeters. So literally, what, 5 times less paint? And this is about a $30 tube of paint. So you could see, I mean, high quality paint, but are you going to notice the difference is the great question there. Probably most people won't, right? So, in fact, Michael's Art Supplies, which also sells this brand, Amsterdam Paint, classifies this as a professional grade of paint. I would say it's maybe not, super pro. It's more kind of like, university level art student paint, right? But like I said, more than good enough for almost everyone's purpose. Now you can use Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft, Michael's Art Supplies proprietary brand, Buzz, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but not Museum Color nor Peebo. That I find these brands add way too much titanium white, as does Amsterdam Paint. Pretty much all of these brands, except maybe Golden, adds titanium white as a filler to increase the opacity of their colors, but it transforms all of these colors into slightly muted colors. So we don't have super bright colors. Everything is kind of a little bit faded, pastelish. And if you try to mix your own black, you're just going to get a gray, which is frustrating for me and anybody who wants to recreate the results you see on camera. So, where's my palettes? Okay. Maybe just before I put paint on here, let's just double check what color we could apply. Okay, so a little interesting thing. What I'm trying to see is, what is the color in between the colors? Can we see what he's stained the canvas with, if at all? So down here, is that just the white of the canvas showing through, or did he paint white there? I don't know. That might be just white. But up here, what? It's really hard to tell. So I think I'm just going to go with my typical warm yellow, this Azo Yellow Deep that I've been using. This is the same Amsterdam paint. I've just scooped out extra paint that's been left in the jar. Rather than just tossing those so-called empty tubes into the trash. Maybe I'll do. I don't think I'm going to make it as intense, but so I'll use that there. Well, I've got this guy wet. I mean, just look at how subtle I mean, I guess the darkest thing in this painting is the taps on the I guess the sink, maybe, or the tub, and the dog. Maybe a little bit in that curtain. Otherwise, the value contrasts are muted significantly. There once was a time where I was using an eyedropper for this. Whatever happened to those times, Michael? It's somewhere around here. I probably was like, oh my goodness, Michael, you're just being so nitpicky. I think my intention at the time was so that to help people get like a very exact idea of the measurements I'm using, even though I'm eyeballing everything. And then I probably decided, you know what, I don't want to make people feel like they got to get an eyedropper to do this. It's okay to eyeball it all. What accent does... It's okay. Okay. What is that? Where did that come from? What side of the world did I just wake up? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Is that an Aussie accent? No. Okay. It's okay. Okay, so that's certainly more saturated than I was planning on painting. I was going to kind of thin this out a little bit more. But despite my best intentions, it's come out very brightly yellow, which is fine. No worries about that. Especially at this stage of the painting. I really, for most of the time with these paintings, the first hour or two even, I am totally unconcerned whatsoever with the colors that I'm choosing. I mean, if it's a green, I'm trying to paint a green, but I'm not really worried about getting the exact right green. I'm just trying to get paint on the canvas. This is my favorite part well, one of my favorite. I like the whole process of painting. I think obviously, otherwise I wouldn't do it every day. But the part I like most about this stage, what it does is it gives me permission to, just get this big paintbrush out and do stuff like this. Like, this is just very satisfying, right? It just it helps me get out of my real world of taxes and grading and shopping lists and packing school lunches and stuff and making art. It's like I'm like, I've left that world behind. I'm fully immersed in this creative space. And some other people might not like doing this technique, find it a waste of time, perhaps even a hindrance in some ways. But for me, it's it's a part of that routine, a part of my painting process that feels important. Especially, I'm just articulating this stuff out loud maybe for the first time, but especially when I'm painting so many different artworks by so many different artists with so many different styles, that I think having some kind of process or technique, at least some stage that is consistent, makes it a little bit less overwhelming for me. I've never thought about it that way, but I'm sure it's probably a major reason why I unconsciously have chosen to do something like this. It's like, okay, I'm going to do something totally different that I've never done before. Okay, let's ease our way in by doing something I know how to do that doesn't take any brain power, because I've done it over 300 times, at least, right? There's N.A. says, sorry I'm late, my ferrets needed me. How many ferrets do you have? That's so awesome. Deborah says, hello everyone. Hello, Deborah. Great to see everyone. I'm just going to quickly blow dry this here. Okay. I think I may also use this opportunity to make a white wash over top of this surface, which will do a few things, which will make this yellow a little bit less intense, and also perhaps make some of these pencil lines down here less visible, I think. Okay, so like, what is it? Just white? Do I just want to put a white over there? I think so. Sometimes I've done the warm yellow, and then I've mixed like a gray or a brown or something to go over top of this. But I think I'm just gonna do straightforward white. So I'm going to use mostly matte medium. And a little bit of white. So it's maybe hard to see the difference there. So how much would you say that's like 6 to 1? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, probably 6 to 1 matte medium to white paint. Oh, there's my brush. So let's stir this in really good. See a little bit of that yellow from my paintbrush from the previous layer sneaking out. Clearly I didn't wash the brush thoroughly enough. I don't mind a little bit of that color because this paint's going to be transparent anyway, yellow's going to come through the white. So the question would be, why not just combine these two steps together and make this just a slightly off yellow? Great question. You could certainly do that. The only reason, again, why I don't have to think to put that warm yellow on the canvas. It's just there, boom. Especially when I've just woken up and just had my first sip of tea. But also, there's just something, the more layers of paint I build up, the more I'm going to cover up the texture of the canvas, make it smoother, perhaps. Sometimes I might introduce some texture with the brush. Yeah, I think lots of different ways to do the same thing. And this is just another one. Has anyone listened to the new Beatles song that was released this morning? I'm a bit of a Beatles fan. Paul McCartney fan. George Harrison fan. Ringo Starr fan. John Lennon fan. Turns out I like them all. I think they all did great work. I know I'm really going out on a limb there. You know, the Beatles, and I know that not very many people like that small indie band. That's cool. See, I don't know, there's just something different about doing them in two separate layers versus making that mixture and trying to get to the stage in one step. I mean, obviously it's possible to approximate it in one step, but there is a difference. And you know, and if there's anyone who would appreciate that kind of difference, it would be Bonnard. Because Bonnard was the king of going the long route to make a painting. Bonnard would work on paintings for months and months and months, and even on occasion, after they were done, show up at people's houses with some paint on his palette, asking if he could do little touch-ups on a painting they bought maybe a decade before, right? So he's an example I give to my students of, like, sometimes you just gotta let something go. That fiddling with a painting endlessly is maybe not necessarily the healthiest approach. Okay, just want to quickly blow dry that. You know, now that I look at this, especially after I blow dried it, and what blow drying can do is make the what, especially with like a white or a semi transparent material or transparent material like matte medium, is sometimes things go from being like really solid white to being more transparent as they dry, which is the case down here. Now, of course, that happened immediately after I just wiped away all that white that I applied, because it would have been nice to have done a second coat of white down there on the tiles. One of those things you don't notice until, you know, afterwards. I don't know why. Usually I keep that paint on the palette. Okay, well, let's, I'm going to move on. Oh, there's NA says, I've got 2 ferrets. That must be adorable, having ferrets running all over the place. Those are such, like, goofy, fun creatures. Randy says, good morning on this sunny morning. It's almost lunchtime. And Rick says, hi, everybody. So we got the whole band together again. That's great. Let's, I don't know how much I've got to say here, but let's move on. So I want to just take a quick moment, maybe just to talk about this painting, a little bit of the history behind it, and about the life of Bonnard, to see if there's anything about him that has been left unsaid, by me anyway. Pierre Bonnard was born in 1867 and dies in 1947 at age 79. Spent virtually his whole life in France, and he was born just outside of Paris in a small little suburb, you know, within about 20 kilometers of the downtown core. Now it's fully incorporated into the city of Paris, but at the time was sort of like farmland and a bit of like an ideal location for a young boy to grow up in, and I think it probably accounts for his fascination with gardens and the landscape later on in his life. I'm not going to rehash all the stuff about Les Nabis, the group that he co-founded with a number of other artists who themselves turned out to be really incredible artists. That was sort of the very beginning of his career when he was still in art school. They formed that group, a kind of anti-rational, counter to the rational philosophies that dominated Paris at the time. And he's friends with Matisse while the whole avant-garde movements like Fauvism and then Cubism, Dada, Surrealism, and so forth took over. Bonnard just kept going in his direction, which I have a great deal of respect for, because so many of the other artists around the world were going left to right, you know, experimenting with every kind of thing going out, which, you know, is also fair. I'm also someone clearly, over the last 300 episodes, is interested in exploring lots of different styles and techniques and methods. Bonnard was more single-minded and was just like, I don't care what other people are doing. I like what I'm doing, and I'm just going to keep on doing it. Don't bother me. I'm going about my own business over here. And that, I think, it also takes, you know, a certain amount of courage to pursue your own vision in the face of so much change going on around you. And it's also obviously one of the reasons that Bonnard, towards the end of his life, was sort of seen as kind of a relic of the past, was not, you know, kind of died mostly unappreciated. There was a point in time, kind of as when he was friends with Matisse, where he was sort of often exhibited side by side and sort of seen as sort of, you know, his partner in crime as they explored color together. But while Matisse sort of seemed to enjoy, you know, a constant level of popularity through the years, never really dipping too much, I don't think, or not that I'm aware of, Bonnard seemed to kind of go up and then peak and kind of largely disappear until relatively recently, in like the 80s and 90s, been a bit of a reappraisal of the work of Bonnard, and by younger generations of artists, like probably most famously Peter Doig, who we talked about last episode. So today's painting is part of a series of works that he did painting nudes of his wife. So I'm just going to scroll through a bunch of these. So these are all paintings he would have been making during the Nabi period. Nabi means prophets, and I think I've talked ad nauseum about what Les Nabis was in the previous 2 Bonnard episodes. You really see the influence of Japanese art. Many of those prints were arriving in Europe kind of during the 1870s, and were very popular amongst the younger artists, the younger generation of artists, like especially the Impressionists, like Claude Monet, who literally built himself a Japanese garden in his backyard in Giverny, and Vincent van Gogh, who built, or not built, but collected Japanese prints, reproduced Japanese prints, famously did almost a one-to-one copy of Hiroshige's Light Rain. We did that painting ourselves, I don't know, a few months ago. So then you see his work start to kind of evolve, around 1905. It becomes, in a way, very retrograde. A lot of this reminds me of like the work of Renoir, who I'm sure Bonnard would have been familiar with. Probably, I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm sure they would have met one another because they lived close to one another in the south of France. They both had studios, houses along the Mediterranean near the city of Cannes. And I've been to Renoir's former studio, which is preserved as a museum, not too far away from Bonnard's studio and museum. And so, in many ways, the work that he's making in the early 1900s is like a callback to work that was made before he really became an artist. So he kind of had his avant-garde movement or period with Les Nabis in the 1890s, and then as the rest of the world is getting into, like even his friend Matisse getting into super bright color, and then Picasso getting into browns and grays, but into really fragmented images, Bonnard is sort of like, he got in a time machine and it's like, okay, everyone's going that way into the future, I'm going this way, bye everybody. Right? So I think it fascinates me that he made that decision to take a left when everyone's going right. As he goes, things start it's like his paintings start to become more dreamlike. Less and less and less outlining starts to occur in his work, to the point where, paintings like we're doing today have virtually none at all, and there's kind of a confusion as to where a figure ends and the background or negative space around them begins. And as I said, that's one of the reasons Picasso hated Bonnard's work, because he's just like, there's no lines, it's just all color. And Matisse is like, yeah, exactly, that's why it's so awesome. It's just color. And Matisse is sort of seen as like the king of color, so you could see why Matisse is just loves the work of Bonnard. This is also a very famous painting, The Bowl of Milk, this kind of figure shrouded in the shadows. I think what's another thing, like Bonnard was also an early experimenter with photography. I had a book, there was a few exhibitions of the photographs of Pierre Bonnard. which, you know, a lot of artists, obviously, any kind of picture-making tool, when it becomes available, find themselves attracted to it, as I am myself. So Bonnard took a lot of photographs, and we start to kind of see, well, maybe not start here, but there's always been sort of a quality of Bonnard's work that looks a lot like snapshots, like very casual, private moments where one almost gets the sense that somebody's not posing, that he's caught his partner Marta in the midst of doing something, and you can almost imagine her looking up at a moment like, hey, oh, don't take a picture right now. Oh, Pierre, I wasn't ready. Next time you're gonna make a picture, let me know so I can, you know, do my hair, you know, like, Pierre, you perv. Like, and so he did take lots of pictures. A few of them are of nudes, but his drawings have that real, like, and of course I scanned a whole book of sketches. They're upstairs on my laptop. I'm not going to go grab them right now, but just showing the kind of, one might imagine, like, his wife is in the bath, and his wife, and I can't remember, had a condition where she had to take long baths. Doctor prescribed, you know, like 8 hours of baths a day kind of thing. So she spent a lot of time in the bathtub. So one sort of gets the sense that Pierre just has his sketchbook and kind of leans in and does like a 30-second little sketch. And then maybe his wife is aware or not. As I said, maybe she looks up like, oh, Pierre, let me know next time, right? And he's like, no, I don't want you to know that I'm sketching. And so often, like, in his sketches, you know, they're weirdly framed, and the compositions where he sometimes, like, fingers or tops of heads or feet get cropped out, or we see like someone's head is cut right in half as they're sort of peering in from the side. All things that by most advice from other artists is like exactly what you're not supposed to do. I mean, there are in fact, let me just see if I can just quickly find this. Photo tips for cropping figures. I'm sure there's... Okay, so let's just sort of look at some of these together. Let's see. Because I think this is interesting, because when you start to kind of see this, these are some techniques that are suggested to, like, photographers of where to crop or where not to crop. Right? Oh, that's okay. So, like, here they're saying this is a bad crop, like just right around in the middle of the knees. That's kind of awkward. Where this one is fine, right? Because there's not that little bit of skin at the bottom. I don't know if I necessarily agree, but same sort of thing here. They're saying that this here photo on the left is a bad crop because it's running right through her chin. Whereas this one's saying this is a good crop. I don't know if I agree with that. I think it's a little weird cutting the top of her head off and all this extra neck space. But you'll often hear photographers especially talk about, like, these different zones of, you know, of where you can cut, like, that cutting right through these fingers, for instance, is a bad idea. Let's see some of these other sites. Like here, you can even literally see where their suggestions are. So instead of cropping right at the knees, you crop right through the calves, right? And then cut, instead of right through the knee, you cut, so you're kind of, it's either below or above, but not in the middle, right? And you cut right below the waist, not on the waist, or much higher, up above the chest, right? Or right in the face. So here's sort of these ideal cuts that they're talking about, right? Whereas these would be bad cuts, right? Cutting right through the feet, cutting right through the knees, cutting right through kind of the butt, cutting right through the hands. And you know, I would tend to agree. Actually, this is actually a really well. Beside the previous website we looked at, I think I disagree with a number of those decisions. But this is actually a better explanation. So this is sort of things that obviously photographers think about all the time, but artists, I'm sure if we go back and in Robert Henry's book or John Ruskin, we're going to see similar sort of descriptions of how to frame a person. But when we look at the work of Pierre Bonnard, we see him breaking those rules in almost every single painting. Like, this is a very famous painting as well. This is, in fact, this is a painting of Bonnard in the tub with his wife Martha, just walking into the frame. And we just have this one foot. It's kind of, her body's kind of cropped off. I mean, this might be right out of that example of what not to do, and that's what he did. We often see in many of his paintings like a little face in a corner. I think that's a little face in the corner of that painting. So many of his pictures have this like awkward framing that just makes one feel like we're seeing literally the glimpse out of the corner. Like, you just turn and you see, like, what did I see? And so that's kind of like a major feature, I think, of Bonnard's work is, and I don't think it's by accident. I think he probably did little sketches, like, as I said, like, let's see if I can find Bonnard sketch book. Well, I guess we'll just look at this for right now. So here you, come on. Oh, here's also another example. So you can see, like, he's doing these little sketches overlapping in his, like, diary, his day planner, and they're just, like, overlapping. And unlike other artists who might go, okay, that's great, now I'm going to take that sketch and elaborate it onto another canvas, often what he's doing is he literally just takes the framing, maybe the awkward framing from his sketchbook, and enlarges that, uses that, rather than reworking it. It's a very idiosyncratic process. I can't think of other artists who employed that same sort of approach. But again, that type of framing always gives his work that sense of casualness, of very private moments, of often little kids and family playing in the garden, bathing, eating. Again, it's the same sort of thing. Like, often the portraits of people eating, it's like somebody's got a fork in their mouth and they're like, "Oh, Pierre, don't make a painting of me with the spoon in my mouth." Like, Pierre. Okay. So, let's just sort of, just as I wrap up. So this painting is in the Carnegie Museum of Art in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I noticed that it's currently not on view, which is very surprising. That's surprising, disappointing. I would hope that this is not on view because there's some sort of conservation effort being done on the painting. If not, that basically sort of proves my point that Bonnard is an artist who is sort of not that well known or popular today, even after he's been sort of had this reappraisal and re-embracement, that even one of his iconic pieces is not good enough to be on permanent display. at the Carnegie Museum of Art, which, let's face it, is not one of the big museums, so you'd think that they would be, going out of their way to really showcase one of their masterpieces. But so that just tells me that, like, clearly people aren't, knocking the doors down to get to see the Bonnard paintings. Yet, if you would talk to, like, most painters, at least I think, should be aware of the work of Bonnard. And yeah, so to me, that just exemplifies how Bonnard is still seen today as sort of like an important artist, but maybe there's other things that people are going to like more, understand more, and Bonnard's sort of a little bit of a quirky outsider. So anyway, when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's bizarre, but kind of makes sense too. So just thinking a little bit about this painting too, I mentioned that he began this painting in 1941. This is a painting of his wife, Marta, and unfortunately, in 1942, she dies, I think, at age 72? I think that's what, her 71 or something around there. So Marta had been his partner for, I think they got together in the mid 1890s, like 1893. So that's like 50 years or so of a relationship that began as like an artist and model, then became a partnership. Then they had other relationships with other people. It was a bit of an open situation there, as far as I understand. And then in 1925, they officially tied the knot and got married. I think part of it had to do with her health. She had declining health for really the last 20 years of her life, and so Pierre Bonnard is kind of taking care of her. They make the decision to move down to the south of France together for her health. I mean, I'm sure Bonnard loved the light in the south of France. The Mediterranean is beautiful. If you've ever been to Nice or Cannes, you know what I'm talking about. And that's why artists like Renoir and Matisse moved down to the south of France. And one of the reasons that Bonnard followed them down there is because of the quality of the light and the lifestyle. And of course, World War II, it was, the northern half of France had been occupied by the Nazis. So it was kind of a no-brainer to kind of maybe go south to kind of get away as much as possible through into Vichy France, which was, kind of it was also run by the Nazis, but with a French government, I suppose you could say. Anyway, so, but really probably the largest reason that they moved down there is because of Marta's health. So it shows that, like, he was willing to make a major change in his life, because he had set up a life for themselves in northern France near Giverny, like just down the road from Claude Monet's studio. So for Bonnard to pick up and leave the studio and the area around where he grew up and to move down to the south of France, was a major change for him. And they had a very close relationship. As I said, for over 50 years they were together. And so he starts making this painting in 1941, and she passes away in 1942. It takes him another 4 years to finish this painting. And I imagine partly that's because of the emotions that are brought up. And, can you imagine you've started a painting of your partner and your partner passes away? It's got to be a little bit hard to get back into the studio and try to finish that painting. It's interesting that the image that he paints of her is of her as a much younger woman. As I said, she was in her 70s when she dies, and yet this image, she looks maybe like she's in her 30s or so, right? One also has to remember that the vast majority of Bonnard's work is done from his sketches, and then he finishes them with his memory. So, he might have, he starts this sketch of her in the bathtub and then finishes it. And I think especially after she's passed, I think you know, he's just reflecting on maybe that youthful love that they once had, and probably choosing to portray her in that state, as opposed to maybe the woman that who was probably a very different woman right before she passed away, and so kind of erring on the side of youthful health rather than her state at the end of her life. You know, putting the little dog at the front, that's one thing that also separates this painting from some of the other paintings that he did of her in the bathtub. As far as I know, this might be the only one of the dog in the painting. And so that also, you know, is kind of the anchor for this work. It is maybe the most immediately recognizable image within this painting. It's probably because it's so much darker than everything else. Everything else is so much lighter. So that's what sort of draws our attention to it and maybe captivates us until we realize, oh, there's a bathtub. Oh, there's a nude person in the bathtub. Oh, interesting. And maybe, you know, that idea of this little dog keeping her company while she's in the tub is perhaps this idea of like friendship, of companionship, that the dog is sort of keeping her company just as she's kept Pierre company throughout his career. The idea that dogs tend to be a symbol of loyalty, that dog is kind of sitting there also observing Pierre as he's drawing her, kind of protecting her. So I think there's a lot of things going on in this painting, which maybe at first is just a simple painting of a nude figure in a tub. I think this is kind of, in many ways, a memorial to his wife who's passed on, and maybe Pierre is inserting himself as the dog on the mat or the towel next to the tub as kind of his her loyal companion. Anyway, I think I've said everything I can about this work. Oh, there's Alexi in the chat. Rick says, "What glorious colors." Thank you for your educational video. Thanks, Alexi. Okay, so let's move on to the next step, which is to maybe do a little bit of underpainting. Now, typically, Bonnard did little to no underpainting, but let's just see if there is something. I mean, I suppose we could do a little bit. Yeah, you know what? I was thinking of just folding this into the background step, but I think, you know, we could do, like, say, some blue outlining, some orange outlining, some perhaps even white outlining throughout parts of this painting. So let's tackle that next. So the first thing I'm going to do is just get a little bit of paint on my palette here. So Alexi says I'm on the 11th painting. It may be that you're on the doing the drawing series there. That is awesome. Great to see so many people tuning in at this unusual time of day. I think probably most of the viewers are in Eastern time zones from where I am at the moment. Everyone here on the West Coast is at work or just waking up. So I mean, that's also good for me to know too, like when my audience is most likely to be available. I might try to, maybe I'll schedule a morning episode like this more frequently if that's something that is helpful for people. Because what time is it in Europe right now? I imagine, let's just do a little check here. Oh, so it's 5:19 p.m. in London, England right now. Okay, so that's good to know. So for many people, this is basically the time that I usually start. You know, here I usually start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the West Coast. So, and he says, "What time are you in?" It's what time is it right now? It is 10:19 in the morning here in Vancouver, Canada. Same time zone as Los Angeles and Seattle, etc. So, and where are you, NA? What time zone are you in? So let's look at... So, well, I was going to use a warm blue, but let's just double check. Oops. Ah. There is some warm blue, but it's also a little bit... I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to use a cool blue. I'm going to use a little bit of cool red. Oops. That's going to give me this kind of a bit of a muted purple, almost verging on a little bit of a brown, depending on how much red I put in there. And especially when I paint this on this slightly yellow background, it might go a little bit darker, which is kind of what I want. So let's split these side by side. And sure, yeah, let's zoom in a bit. NA says, I'm in Brussels, Belgium, and it's 6:30 p.m. right now. Or 18:30. So I would bet probably, I wonder if he did an underdrawing or just immediately went to starting to paint like an underpainting perhaps, or just starting, because like how did he build his artworks? So you can see that I'm deliberately letting the paint kind of be a little bit thin and transparent. And the lines also maybe a little bit wobbly too. I see a little bit more solid outlines around this dog. So, what else? The figure, I might, take a, let's just dilute that a little bit. Let's put a bit of white in. And I think I'm also going to add just a little bit of matte medium. because I want to make sure that this figure is maybe about as delicate as I can make her. And how do I want to tackle this? Do I want to draw a bunch of white lines? In fact, let's just... Is he using white down here? That does look like white lines. Let's put a little bit of glazing fluid here, just to make this white a little bit easier to paint with. You know what? I think I'm just going to paint that. So I'm just going to take my white and some matte medium to make it a little bit less opaque. So it's just dark enough that, or light enough, I should say, that I can still see all my pencil lines through here, or carbon paper lines, depending on the way you want to think about it. It's also a little bit faster than doing all of these lines with a small brush. And in some way, I think is maybe even a little bit more accurate to Bonnard, because, again, we want to try to avoid outlines. So you know, it's like he does some outlining at the beginning in certain places, but very little of it survives throughout. Like he paints, so it's like the color is always sort of breaking free from the restraints of the line. Like nothing is properly contained. Okay. Randy says I'm 75 what? Randy says I'm 75 miles west of Chicago and it's 12 p.m. Lunchtime. Okay. Next, I want to do, I think, a little bit of orange outlines. Again, I'll try to stick with my warm and cool colors, so using cooler colors in the background. So using cool yellow and warm red to create an orange. And maybe I should just quickly blow dry that so I don't smear all of that paint. Okay, so I want to take this orange and maybe paint it over top of some of these lines back here. I think it's important to remember that, like, for Bonnard, you know, time was not of the essence. He was notoriously a slow painter, and you know, a lot of other artists are, maybe including myself, are always trying to get as much work done as quickly as possible, because that's how we support ourselves. And obviously, the more work you make, the more you can sell, and the maybe more comfortable of a life you can have for yourself. But Bonnard did not seem to be the way that he approached things. As friends of mine similarly are. You know, it's like and sometimes just the way that one works, the techniques or methods just don't lend themselves to painting faster. Your the technique takes as long as it takes. So he doesn't seem to be using the orange in as many places. Why he's doing this? Good question. I mean, it's probably a bit of a holdover from an impressionist approach, which is to put opposite colors side by side or on top of one another, even at times. And orange and blue are essentially the exact opposite from one another on the color wheel. So by contrasting them, we kind of create a little bit of a vibration in the viewer's eye. So I suppose I could hear someone say, why not just mix these two together and make a brown and be done with it? Why paint blue and then paint orange right over top of everything you just painted? Why? It just seems so slow and tedious and time-consuming. And the answer is, yes, it is slow and tedious and time-consuming. But that's Bonnard. That's the way that he worked. And another reason why Picasso would not have liked Bonnard. I can just see Picasso and Matisse spending time together, and Matisse would be like, oh yeah, this, last weekend I was visiting Bonnard, and Picasso like, oh, don't get me started with that guy. Is he still working on that painting of the girl running around in the backyard? Oh yeah, he's been working on that one for like 6 months now. 6 months! Ugh! That's exactly why I can't stand that guy and his work. He's just like, the slowest artist on earth. And Matisse probably just looking at the younger Picasso like, oh ye of, oh youth, maybe one day you'll learn. Sometimes it's good to slow down, and life isn't always a race. Though for Picasso, it sometimes seemed that way, that he was always in a race to get as much done as... I mean, literally, Picasso had the world record for the most amount of artworks sold, and somebody beat him by going into the New York subway with a stack of Post-it notes and selling them for $1 a piece to beat the Guinness record. So it just gives you an idea of how prolific Picasso was. So Picasso just philosophically could not understand why someone would spend so much time on a single piece of art when you could make a lot of art, sell it, and party, and yeah. So, different personalities for sure. So, in a way, I'm combining my underpainting with the background layer here. I'm starting to... In fact, maybe I should do a separate thing at this stage. But this is what a lot of artists do. They might get, sometimes the stages of a painting aren't so nicely delineated as I like to do on these programs. So, in fact, let's go to... So, I've now completed a fairly thorough underpainting. And as I said, the way that Bonnard approaches painting is he kind of it's hard to discern where the underpainting ends and let's say the background begins. That they're kind of one and the same. Some artists, they're very clearly separated, very different stages of the painting process. For Bonnard, I could have just said, well, let's just go right to the background layer and done what I've done so far, or just continue doing the underpainting and just not done a background layer, right? It's kind of, he's one of those artists where everything is very ambiguous, right? It's interesting that his work has an ambiguity, kind of. It's hard to discern where the end of someone's hand is and the space around it, and where the body ends and the space begins. And it's similar in different stages of the painting. Like, where are we? Are we in a background stage or foreground stage or underpainting? I don't know. It's all very ambiguous. NA says, I love that your hair blower is silent. Yeah, I just mute the audio there to keep it a little bit more quiet. Barbara says, well, hello there. We survived the storm. It's been rocking southern England. A lovely sunny picture today. And a lovely treat to daytime paint from Michael. Awesome. Okay, so... I think right now I'm going to continue. I've got this orange on my brush. And I'm going to just continue because I see him starting to put details of orange in all over the place. So I imagine what these things are like reflections on the tiles. I'm not going to bother trying to get these all to look exactly like the way he did them. That's kind of almost zero concern to me. I just want to get an approximation. Some of those reflections are coming into the water. notice he takes a little bit of white into this orange. In fact, it gets a little bit more peachy, doesn't it? Now, why was I going to use the blue again? Something in my mind, I was thinking I needed to use that semi-transparent blue for some reason. I was looking at that blue. Okay, I need to use that. Oh no, I'll just finish the orange first. And I forgot why I was... Oh, up there. Okay, that's right. The tiles up there. Sorry, that was just these little marks up top there. Oops. I mean, I kind of like the painting at this stage. Like, there's something kind of wild about it. Like, very kind of unruly. Okay. What should we do next? I think maybe the cool blues. Because I think what he's doing is he's painting a lot of cool blue in, even under here, and then painting warm blue over top of some of that. So, again, I really feel like Bonnard is playing with maybe some of the accepted concepts of art and kind of breaking them a little bit, and as a lot of artists of his generation were doing all the time. So I'm going to take some cool blue. And a little bit of white. Not too much. And I'm using some glazing fluid. You could use matte medium instead. I suppose you could use water, but I mean, I use water on my Imprimatura, but at this stage, using water, especially for this technique, yeah, I don't think, it could work, maybe. But I wouldn't rely on it. So I think what he's painting is a lot of like reflections, and so you have like reflections from maybe the tiles are kind of yellowy and orange, and then the water is blue, and you're kind of getting, you know, the yellow and orange and red reflecting in the water and the blue reflecting onto the tiles, I think, perhaps. Now remember, my goal is to try to get this painting done in a reasonable amount of time. Bonnard probably spent, well, he spent about 4 or 5 years on this painting. I'm probably not painting on it every day, especially after the woman in the center of this painting, his wife, died, you know, towards the start of the painting. So I'm sure he probably put the painting away for a little while, and, you know, after a period of mourning, decided to complete it. But even then, his whole approach to painting was very slow, very tedious. So I'm not going to spend 5 years on this painting. I want to try to get it done in a reasonable amount of time. So here I'm using glazing fluid and basically also a dry brush. So I'm just like, there's barely any paint on here, and I'm just kind of, it's like I'm cleaning my brush off onto the canvas, just rubbing the excess paint off there. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm going to start painting in all of these little squares. So I'm going to just take maybe a little bit more saturated blue, cool blue, put some white back in here, but this time I'm not going to add glazing fluid. The glazing fluid makes it more transparent. I want to keep a little bit more opacity down here. Generally what you want is your more saturated colors closer to the viewer, and the closest thing to us in this painting is the floor and the dog, right? So generally we want the brightest, most saturated colors closest to us. Is that too much? It's not bad. Definitely, I mean, you could see that you know, some of these blues down here are pretty strong. Oops. You know, I was just thinking to myself, like, oh my goodness, doing tiles like this checkerboard pattern, chessboard pattern, is tricky, because you gotta build outwards, because if once you start kind of just like, oh, I'm gonna start working here, then they don't connect, and it almost looks like maybe he ran into the same thing as he was painting, and a few places where he's like, okay, how do I make this look okay now that I've got these clashing colors? But I think it's also evidence that, like, this is, you know, very typical Bonnard. Like, he's not really concerned with accuracy of getting the tiles on the ground all neatly and painted in a realistic manner. He's not trying to make photographs. In fact, there's a great quote. I want to just mention this quote. I included it in my outline here on the Facebook group. So one of his sort of dictums, his mantras is, one must use many little lies to create a great truth when it comes to painting. That sometimes you've got to do it wrong and do a lot of little wrong things in order to make it look right, or to bring the truth out of that scene. And another way that I will sometimes talk about it is, sometimes you got to draw something wrong in order to make it right. That if you're just kind of slavishly referring to a photograph, and you're like, if you're painting from a photograph and you're focused on doing exactly like the photograph, often the resulting drawing or painting can look really awkward, because especially with like body parts and positions like arms and elbows and things, that if you were to draw it, you probably wouldn't, and you were drawing directly from life, you probably would not stay in that position. You'd kind of move to try to get kind of a less awkward position. And so sometimes you have to draw things differently than the photograph in order to make the image you're working from actually look quote-unquote right. That if you were to actually reproduce it as very close to the original, you'd step back and be like, this looks so awkward, it's so terrible, there's something really wrong with it. And then you look at the photograph and you're like, but that's the way the photograph looks. I don't understand. I did exactly what I saw in the photograph, and you wouldn't be wrong at all. But sometimes you've got to depart from that source image in order to capture the truth, the reality of that image. I'm going to add a little bit of white in here because I see that's sort of what he's doing as these tiles recede. I'm not concerned about there being kind of a clear line of difference between these colors, because we're probably going to paint over a few of these things. I'm going to try to limit myself from doing that, even though Bonnard clearly spent hour after hour after hour tinkering with each individual tile here, layering them with different colors. maybe I will just bring a little bit of that. Slightly pastel blue down into here. That's nice. Yeah, I like that a lot. Cool. And let's explore the other side. Maybe it's time to zoom in a little bit since I'm just focusing on a little area. Excuse me. So the color's going to get a little bit more saturated in the interior here, but for the moment I'm just going to do the lighter areas. Let's take a bit more of the solid blue. Again, this is all cool blue thus far. And I know you're saying, but isn't the cool blue supposed to go in the background? Well, according to, one approach of painting, yes. Cool colors should go in the background. Because cool colors do visually appear to recede. But a lot of artists, like Bonnard, were deliberately sort of challenging those theories and often putting cool colors in the foreground, if only just to see what would happen. Because most of these artists, they went to art school and they had teachers who were like, you must put warm colors in the foreground, cool colors in the background, and never even think about doing anything other than that. And of course, you tell a bunch of teenagers not to do something, and you basically have just invited complete chaos. Because that's exactly what they're going to focus their energy on doing, is trying to see if they can make that very thing they're not supposed to do actually work. Of course, I think he does paint over some of these with warmer colors, warmer blues, and we'll get to that. But I don't think there's any harm in laying down a color, for instance, in quote-unquote the wrong place, and then making a change later on. In fact, sometimes that can be, I think, make for really nice results. Because what it does show is just shows like, oh, you changed your mind. You put something down, and then you changed your mind and modified it. And what I think is interesting about that is, in art, I think there's at least over the past 150 years, like almost a celebration of uncertainty, of not knowing. I mean, postmodernism, one of my favorite artists, Donald Barthelme, wrote a whole book called Not Knowing, which is one of my favorite books. And it's all about like that idea of putting yourself into a space where you're not certain of what's going to happen or what the right way to proceed is, and seeing what happens, see what comes of it. I think so much of our lives in Western culture is dominated with a desire for total certainty, of knowing everything, of being able to anticipate the outcome. So this is cool yellow and cool blue and white mixed in here together. And so since so much of like Western culture is about like certainty, one of the great things with art is it can be a place where we can exist in a bit of uncertainty, where we can tolerate ambiguity in a way that we really don't anywhere else in life. Like one of the things that I sometimes I hear people talking about, like, even sometimes myself, like, oh my goodness, I don't understand what's going on in this movie or this book. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes it's okay to not know what's going on, to not have an answer, to not be able to formulate an opinion. And to be confused. It can be a little bit uncomfortable, but whoever said that life should always be comfortable? Is that really what we're all striving for, is just total comfort? You know, like people who get up early at 5 in the morning and go for a jog, are they really concerned with comfort? Right? That might seem crazy to some people, but for others, they deliberately put themselves into uncomfortable places. And I think in many ways, going to an art museum is, and maybe even should be, an exercise in discomfort. I remember I had a teacher in graduate school who talked about that. I'd never heard that sort of talked about before, but he was like, I go to art to test my own ability to accept the unknown, or things that are unknown to me. And sometimes I can embrace something that I've never seen before, and sometimes I can't. But sometimes it takes me a few weeks, or and then I come around to it later on. And I was like, oh, I never thought about looking at art deliberately to be confused, or that I thought maybe art was supposed to illuminate things and not to obfuscate things. But it's a little bit like why people maybe go to see a horror movie, right? People go to a horror movie sometimes to have the wits scared out of them, right? To be like, ah! Right? And in some ways it's like, why on earth would you want to do that? Why would you want to, like, be terrified? And in some ways that can be kind of a pleasurable experience. It gets a little bit of a laugh, and kind of, again, pulls us out of maybe the dreariness of everyday life. And so sometimes being confused is something some people, like, one might even say that might be one of the reasons people drink or abuse drugs, is a little bit of, because I don't think there's anybody, well, I'm sure there's somebody, but I don't know how many people would describe the feeling of being drunk as, as having any clarity, right? That, your senses are all messed up, you're stumbling around, bumping into things, and yet, obviously, people like doing it enough that it's a huge industry, right? People sometimes, it's just like, gives them an excuse to be a little bit silly and weird, and I mean, many people talk with great pride of how messed up they got. Oh my goodness, I drank so much, and oh, I fell down the stairs, and oh, it was so silly and so much fun. I don't know. I think I'm too old for that these days, but there's still, for some people, that's a good night out. And I guess I think that's a little bit about being confused, deliberately putting yourself in a situation where your senses are dulled, and you have like a license to behave a little bit stupid. I think sometimes looking at art is kind of a license to not understand, to be a little bit confused, to be surprised and shocked. And I mean, consider for a moment, some of the first exhibitions by the Impressionists were ridiculed in the press because the Impressionists weren't allowed to exhibit with the other artists in the salon. They kept getting rejected by the Academy. So they're just like, okay, screw this. We're going to start our own exhibitions and have our own shows. And so the critics just like ridiculed them mercilessly. Like, oh my goodness, if you want to see terrible artwork, then you've got to go check out that Impressionist exhibition on display at so-and-so pavilion downtown. And so people would crowd in to see them, and definitely a lot of people laughed, but there were also some people that were like, I don't know, I kind of like this stuff. Oh my goodness. Do I dare tell anybody that I don't know if I dislike this stuff as much as everybody else does. There's something about these so-called bad paintings that is, dare I say, attractive? I don't know. And then kind of, so you have a few people like, and people go out for drinks or breakfast or whatever afterwards, and they're all sitting around, oh my goodness, did you see that Monet painting? Oh, holy smokes, what a terrible artwork. And then somebody's like, this might not be the popular opinion here, but I kind of liked some of the stuff we saw. Oh, come on, Christopher. You can't be serious. You can't tell me you liked the stuff you saw. Well, I don't know. It's kind of, I've never seen anything like that before. It's kind of neat to see something. Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense. It's so sloppy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I like it, but I think I like it because I've never seen anything like that. So, That's what I think about that. Okay, so you can see the painting starting to kind of come alive as we get these oppositions of color, right? These oranges and blues and greens, right? And once you start getting in some of these pinks and purples and reds and more saturated warm blues, this painting is really going to transform. But, you know, it's like these areas are kind of where my eye starts to really vibrate. And for a painting that is mostly like lighter values, I think it's quite a testament that he's able to achieve that, because generally you want to have like more darker values. So yeah, it's pretty, like I mean, I'm already in love with what's going on down here. I think that's really cool. And I think as I build that surface up even more, it's going to get better and better. I think I'm going to just, excuse me, switch to a new title here. Okay, I've been painting a lot all over this painting, and like I said before, when it comes to Bonnard, what is in the foreground and background is kind of ambiguous. So I'm just really going to say this is foreground right now, but just continue along doing what I was previously doing, because just to kind of break up this video and add some chapters in here to make it easier for people to skip ahead. But I think right so far what I've done is mostly oranges and blues. I think what I want to do next is going to be my pinks, purples, and reds. So that's, or we'll see how long it takes me to do that, and then we'll go to another chapter for the next step here. So there's the painting as it sits currently. Lisa says, "Yay, you're still painting. Glad I got to watch even if I'm a little bit late." Awesome. Great to have you here, Lisa. I'm feeling really, really positive about how this painting's turning out this far. I think it, you know, it's taken me, this is now my third Bonnard painting that I've done as part of this Master Study series, and I'm starting to feel like I'm getting a better handle on his process, which is definitely one of the more unique methods. His whole approach is very different than most other artists, so it takes a little bit of time, as you know, especially as I'm kind of doing this in real time and trying to figure it out. That, like I said about this first Bonnard painting that I did, I think you know, I'm happy with the way the painting looks, but especially in the face, I felt like I wasn't actually using his technique. I was doing a lot of soft blending with my fingers, which I don't think he really did. He was often sort of painting like dry brush, and you would see little gaps between the brush strokes, whereas mine is kind of softly blended. Again, I don't mind this painting, but it's not really effectively as conveying his technique and style as much as maybe I would have liked to. So let's go to the, what color is that? That's a, so I thought this was like a pink from further back, but as I zoom in, you can see it's actually, it's purple with red and orange over top of it. Huh. So it's a bit of an optical illusion that there's pink in there when it's actually... So where should we start? I guess let's go for the purple first. Maybe I'll paint in this purple, and then I'm going to modify it as I go. So that purple is a little bit more of a stronger, more saturated purple. So I'm going to take my warm blue this time and my cool red and mix them together. Obviously that's way too dark. So we're going to take some white and mix that in here. Like almost every brushstroke in this entire painting has white in it. There's a lot of white in this painting. In fact, I would probably say that white is the most common color in the painting. Just going to make it slightly more cool red. And that use of white is also typical of the Impressionists, of which Bonnard was not an Impressionist painter. I mean, I've seen his work sometimes hung next to Impressionist artists. I mean, he was a friend of Claude Monet, or although Monet was maybe a little bit more of a mentor to, because he was an older generation, of the older generation than Bonnard. But needless to say, like, obviously Bonnard would have grown up seeing Impressionist paintings everywhere, and would have, you know, saw Impressionist paintings go from being the ridiculed to being the new academy and being accepted and fully embraced. So he would have spent hours looking at Monet's paintings while they were together and really understanding those techniques. And the Impressionists often used a lot of white themselves, which was a bit of a reaction to the way artists painted previously. Artists used white, but more for building highlights, because most classic paintings, you know, Renaissance and stuff, were going for maybe darker values and very theatrical lighting. Like, think of, like, you know, paintings by Leonardo da Vinci or Caravaggio. Caravaggio in particular, very famous for that chiaroscuro technique, which is extreme contrasts of light and dark. So, like here, this Vermeer, let's right, so you can see, like, these are very typical of, like, Renaissance and late Renaissance paintings, where you have like that, again, theatrical lighting. I'll just imagine, like, standing on a stage or sitting in the audience watching a musical or something and seeing performers, you know, coming in and out of the shadows. Right, so here's, you know, these very theatrical, very bright, very, like, highlights, but mostly dark around those images. Right, and that was mostly due to the limitations of paint that artists, the limitations of, like, pigments that artists had available to them at the time. Artists are mostly making their own paint, grinding pigments. Everything is, you know, a lot of, like, earth tones, browns and reds, dark greens, dark blues, and black charcoal, right? And so mostly you're building your paint up with, not instead of color, but with value, the contrast between light and dark. And then there's little pops of color throughout, because like very saturated colors would be very, very expensive. There's William, says, I just subscribed. Thanks, William. Nice to see you there in the chat. Thanks for saying hello. And versus like the painting we're doing today, I mean, my goodness, can't be more different, right? Where we barely have any darker values whatsoever. It's all bright, saturated colors. And so I think in order to help understand the difference between what artists like Bonnard and maybe the previous generation of Impressionist painters were doing is really to see them side by side and be like, wow, like that is really different. Like very, very different approach. Okay. I mixed up. I'm like, what was I doing before I started going off on a tangent there? Okay, so let's paint this purple. Let's zoom in. I'm just trying. I'm so zoomed in. Where's these purple blocks? Okay, I think I got to zoom out for a second. That one is yellow. Yellow. So we got what? Purple, purple, half purple. Does that make sense? Not that it's a big deal if I get it quote unquote wrong, but it would just be one less thing for me to have to worry about. So let's just. So he's even kind of going back over a few of these lines a little bit. Okay. So part of like Bonnard's style is a bit of this kind of dry brush, which is a technique that was fairly new in Europe during Bonnard's lifetime. That this kind of purple, or not purple, dry brush technique, it largely comes from Asia, from Japan and China, and really Western artists hadn't really seen that technique in use before. Prints by artists like Hiroshige, Hokusai, all the great Japanese masters started to arrive in Europe at the around the 1860s, 1870s, and all of a sudden it was like, whoa, that is like, whoa, what a game changer. Because I always say it's like it must have been like seeing art coming from a different planet or something, or just like a totally different approach and method to painting that I'm sure that, you know, each artist's teachers would have just found horrifying. Because a big part of dry brush painting is a little bit of, it's a bit of a chance activity. sometimes paint that you don't expect kind of makes its way off the paintbrush, and all of a sudden you're going, ah, it's too dark. Oh no. And you know, the previous generation of artists probably wanted a little bit more certainty when they're painting and less kind of surprises. Right? One might say that could be a feature of a master, as someone who has, you know, figured out their technique so well that they're executing it. You know, they know exactly what needs to do at every stage, and they've minimized the amount of surprises along the way. That might be one definition of how an artist could be a master. Right? Another alternative would be, you know, kind of more along the jazz approach to creativity, which is the improvisation, right? And you make a mistake, quote unquote, but you're deliberately putting yourself into a situation where mistakes are going to potentially arise as a way of sort of challenging yourself, and then you see what comes out of that situation, and then you try to embrace what you've got and try to make it work. And that can be like really thrilling. I mean, in a way, that's what sports is all about, right? Sports is all about, you know, two teams coming together. Who knows how this is going to play out? It's like reality television. You know, if we knew who was going to win, we wouldn't bother playing the game, right? We set up the situation, everybody puts on their skates or basketball shoes and they run out, and we as an audience see the result of that. Sometimes very unexpected Cinderella stories, as they say, these upsets, right? And I'm a sports fan. I know probably most of my viewers aren't, but that's one of the things I love most about sports is like the unexpected things that occur during the course of a game, the surprises. You know, it can be all very satisfying to see, you know, someone who's heavily favored to win, and everyone is lauding them with awards and congratulations, and then some, you know, upstart shows up and wins, and everyone's like, what? How did that happen? Again, I think that's going back to what I was talking about with Bonnard and uncertainty, and I think, you know, that's one reason maybe he's not so popular. Some people want a little bit more certainty and definition in their lives, but it's also a reason why some artists, maybe like myself, really like Bonnard, is that there's a little bit more chaos in here and a little bit more weirdness. Which, let's face it, is a little bit closer to what most people's lives are in reality like. Most of us, you know, we'd like to have a little bit more certainty, but it turns out most of our lives are just full of surprises, right? And I think that's sort of a bit of like what Bonnard describes is maybe an attempt to try to appreciate that chaos, or not make sense of it, but just document it, just showing like, hey, this is what life is like. Why are we trying to deny it? Rick says, I got the image transferred. I will be in painting tomorrow. It's 2:30 p.m. right now. The granddaughter will be coming over soon for ukulele lessons. Or is it ukulele? I know ukulele is not the so-called correct pronunciation of the instrument. It's ukulele, something like that. I remember I once saw someone perform with the instrument and made a point of, at some point, correcting the audience, or not correcting, but just friendly share of information, which I thought was really interesting. I was like, oh, I guess we've got it wrong this whole time. Okay, now I can take some more of this, the purple, which was made again with warm blue and cool red. I mix it together. You could see how dark that was. I added white to it, and then I added glazing fluid to make it more transparent. And let's start painting Bonnard's wife here with this purple. Like, it takes a lot of restraint to put a paintbrush stroke down and just to leave it, rather than to try to, soften it or blend it, and to paint in between the brush strokes. And I think that's part of what I would hope people gather from the experience of painting a Bonnard painting is a little bit of letting that quality of the paint getting a strange sound coming from somewhere. What is that? Probably can't hear it. It's probably very quiet, but it sounds to it's like it's either the sound of computer making sounds or like like air underneath a pop can or something hissing out. So it's either something as innocuous as water trying to escape, or air from a can, or potentially my house about to explode. One or the other. No big deal. Could be both. I could have an explosive I don't have any cans open down here, so I don't know what that deal is. So let's look now with a little bit of purple coming into view here. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's fantastic. I like how this is turning out. And as I've said many times, like, I know that this type of technique, or the look anyway of this painting, for some people, you know, evokes that that feeling of my kid could do that. Like, oh, that looks really sloppy, messy, doesn't look photographic, looks so easy or sloppy. All of which were things that people said or wrote about the work of Bonnard and the previous Impressionist generation. But I think if you try to paint a painting like this, one is immediately struck with kind of how hard it is just to leave a, you know, like not to fill that square in perfectly with purple, and just to leave gaps of paint in between brush strokes that are, we always feel compelled to you know, fill it all in and leave no gaps behind. Maeve says, nice. Hi, Maeve. Nice to see you in the chat. Okay. Where do I want to go next? I was saying red before. Is it time to go to the red? I think it might be. So now, I was using cold red and warm blue to mix this purple. Now I'm going to use, I was using cold red and warm blue. Now I want to use warm red. I could use cool red to paint some of these areas where there's red, but that cool red is going to look is magenta. Cool red is a magenta, and it's going to look, it would look different than the red that he's used throughout, especially this area up here. He's definitely using a much warmer red. So we're going to follow his lead. Once again, I'm going to add a little bit of matte medium, or in this case, I'm using glazing fluid, just to make this color a little bit more transparent. I may even add just a little bit of white. I want to be careful how much white in there, because I don't want it to go pink just yet. I mean, I want a little bit of pink, but I really want to keep this to a little bit as saturated as I can without making it too dark. How does that look? Let's kind of zoom in here. Not too much. I think I'm just going to dilute it a little bit further, as opposed to adding more and more white. Because if I add more white, it's going to become more pink, and I don't want it to be pink. I want it to stay red, just to be less opaque, right? Which is two different things. They often people confuse them. I want the same kind of quality of red. I don't want a pastel red, at least not in this area. I just don't want it to be so dominant. The other nice thing about adding that glazing fluid to the red is I can, especially because I want to kind of get this painting done in a reasonable amount of time, I can paint over the colors that were there before without blocking them out. The colors stay there, and now I'm kind of just modifying the previous colors with this color. And even though this is going to be white, I'm just going to put a little bit of red there. And honestly, I think there's a little bit of red going on in these blues. He's going to paint over them. We're going to paint over them too, but you have to remember, he doesn't know what this painting is going to look like before he's done, while he's working on it. We have obviously the benefit of being able to see the finished painting. But so he's painting colors, and then maybe like, you know what? I think I'm going to change that. So I know these are going to be yellow, but as I said, I think there's a little bit of red underneath. And also, I give myself permission to do a little bit of playing, right? I don't have to do this painting exactly like Bonnard. It's my painting, and if I want to do a little bit of, add a little bit more of one color or another in different places, I get to do that. And I'm willing to answer to the paint police about these gross infractions for crimes against painting. Okay, so put a little bit more glazing fluid here. I mean, you just look at her face in the tub there, and I mean, there's just like, I don't know how many different colors we see in her hair, in her body, face. I mean, curtain here. Okay, so now I'm going to start getting maybe a little bit more red in here. A little bit more saturated red. So you can start painting over top of some of the existing colors, and that just creates like really wonderful little new mixtures. So here's maybe places where we're going to have actual just red right out of the tube. Be a little bit more peachy color. Just before I do that, mix a new red. Let's just let's take now some white, mix this into the red here. And even a little bit of yellow. Slightly peachy color there. Where was some of this color? I think it's... Let's zoom back out. What else? Okay. Maeve says, where can I find your full painting course? Learning color theory is very important for me. So in the video description below, and I can see if I can dig that up for you, there's a link, but I'll find that for you. In the chat. So that's the link that I just put in the description is the original painting course that I created here on YouTube. But I sort of rebooted it as this Master Study series. So if you're looking for like a really basic introductory one, then maybe starting with the acrylic painting course, the first link I put there. If you want sort of a little bit more structured version, that's the second link that I put in there. That's the full master study. That's what I've been doing for the past almost 3 years. So I began with the acrylic painting course, and then I kind of revised and updated it. But I know some people like starting at the very, very beginning and doing the acrylic painting course. Some of those episodes are better than others, for sure. For sure. I mean, I began that course at the literally at the very beginning of COVID, so there were especially some technical difficulties along the way. And then I also just included the beginner's drawing course in there because I know that's something that can be really helpful for painters, is to know a little bit more about drawing. And so you'll, in especially the second link that I sent, the Master Study series, I probably go into maybe arguably more thorough depth about color theory and color temperature. But, you know, feel free to watch both of them if you like. Yeah. I mean, I know some people who joined me recently have, you know, done most of the Master Study series, and we're like, I'm going to go back to the first one and see if there's anything there worth checking out. And yeah, so there's plenty of content to keep you busy. Okay. What should I do? Should I break it up into another stage? Maybe let's do that. Let's so now we're going to go to, I think, probably some blues, I think is the appropriate time to do that. And maybe blues and yellows. And I'm going to be kind of going all over the painting, so not necessarily technically in the background. Again, just because of the way Bonnard painted, he's sort of all over, in and out, weaving the foreground and background together, partly to create a kind of flatness. Because after all, flatness was one of the arguably great contributions of Asian art to Western art. One of the kind of hallmarks of art from Japan and China is an absence, at least originally, of geometric perspective. Obviously, as geometric perspective made its way to Asia, more Asian artists started to incorporate geometric perspective into their work, but because traditions evolved completely independently, Asian art, one of the features was sort of a different way of describing space, in which sometimes background elements appear to kind of come forward and occupy the same plane as foreground elements. And so European artists like Pierre Bonnard saw work by the great Japanese masters whose prints started to arrive in Europe in the 1860s. Just like, whoa, these people are describing the world that we all live in a completely different way that none of us have ever thought of before. Wow, I mean, it's, I know it's such a tiny little thing, but it's a massive, like, if your whole life is dedicated to making art, when you see art that's made in a way that you had never even conceived possible, it's like, it's a shock. You're just, and so that's why so many artists were influenced by Japanese art. So many European, American, Canadian artists were influenced by Japanese art originally, and then Chinese, Korean art, because it just never seen anything like it. And so it just opened up a whole wing of a complex worth of doors to go into. And so we see this kind of flattening of space even in Bonnard's piece, where it becomes much more pattern oriented versus depth and spatial orientation, and that patterning tends to flatten everything. So you can see we've got a bunch of cool colors in the foreground. We're just about to put some warm blues into the background, and what that's going to do is the cool colors push the foreground down, the warm colors push the background forward So we get everything sort of kind of occupying the same space. Things that would normally we'd want the opposite. We'd want this to push up, right? We'd want the background to go as far back as possible and the foreground to come forward as much as possible. But that's not really what artists from Japan were interested in doing at all. And so when Bonnard saw that, it must have been just like, wow, just mind blown. So here, so those of you who've been painting with me for a while, like, aren't we? You're putting those colors in the wrong place. Technically, according to one approach to painting, which I think is a very useful. If you're trying to paint from a photograph, you're trying to paint quote unquote realistically, representationally. Yeah, warm colors do advance and cool colors do recede. But not every artist wants to replicate reality exactly the way that the eye perceives things or the camera perceives things. In fact, some painters would literally say, why would I want to do what the camera can do and what the camera can probably do better? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why not instead do what painting can do better, which is perhaps describe the inner world of an artist more accurately. A camera can't describe how someone feels. It can describe what something looks like, but in a painting we can kind of start playing with how things look and insert our feelings in through there in the way that the colors we choose and the way that we apply color to the painting. Okay, so I think what I want to do next is start putting in some of these warmer blues and deeper greens. So I'm wondering about just going into this to start. We take our warm blue, mix it into this purple. Which was made using warm blue and cool red and white. I'm just going to mix a significant amount of warm blue, my ultramarine blue, into this area here. Because I think there's part of these colors that actually aren't quite, they're not blue. They're a little bit on the slight purpley side. So let's go here. Okay, maybe even zoom in. Well, let's just, before I add more blue. Well, you know what, I'm going to add more blue, but I'm going to make this mixture just to the side down here. Ooh, okay, so you see that's a little bit too far. That's okay. Or maybe it's not even too far. I just applied a lot of paint all at once. There's a big gob of paint came off the brush. So let's see. If we apply this paint a little bit more thinly. So in this instance, right around here, he's actually making a bit more of an effort to get close to the lines. Or maybe that's not the right choice of words. It's not that he's putting in more effort here. It's just that he feels like he wants a little bit more accuracy in this particular place. Where some of the other ones he was kind of just zooming around, allowing for a little bit more of the background to kind of come through. So here I might now add a little bit more warm blue into my mixture. It's maybe a bit too much. Maybe okay, so I'm just going to add a little bit more white back in there. Yeah, it looks like he's kind of painting a little bit more lightly, and then maybe goes back over it afterwards with a more solid, warm blue without any white in it. Mine are a little bit darker than I was expecting. That's okay. Just not, yeah. Like sometimes it's one of those things that I don't even notice that until I kind of pull back a little bit, and they're like, "Whoa, okay, we a little far there," but it's okay. Let's get the dog has got some warm blue in here as well, right? So obviously, again, I'm not counting exactly which tile I'm going to make a little bit darker than the other or anything. It doesn't mean very much to me. I'm just trying to kind of give an essence of what I think is going on here. Maybe I want to do a little bit of white now. Let's go back to the dog here, maybe. I don't want to do too much of this white because I think probably some of this white might have been some of the final touches that he did on this painting. Probably to lighten it up, because he might have felt like things were getting a little bit darker, as mine is currently. Maybe I might go a little bit of cool blue back over. I think that's probably a cobalt blue that he used rather than that ultramarine. Mine's a little dark. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, so I think that's my blue is just pure warm blue, whereas he used a bit of a cobalt blue, which is kind of in between the warm blue and cool blue. So maybe before I move on, let's add a little bit of those two colors together. And I think we'll see that we're going to get much closer to the color he used. You can see a little bit of both colors there. A bit of white. Maybe a bit too much white, actually. Let's just wipe some of that off. we go. That's closer. Maybe even put a bit more cool blue in there. Maybe not that much cool blue. So this is the kind of thing that Pierre Bonnard would have spent most of his time doing, is applying paint, stepping back and looking at it for days and days and weeks, and evaluating, you know, the way those colors are working on the canvas, and then sometimes deciding, I gotta change that blue, it's too dark, or it's too warm, it needs to be a little bit cooler. So just mixing that cool blue and cool yellow and warm blue. Here it looks like it's a little bit more on the teal side, just a little bit more cool blue back in here. Another thing that's kind of sometimes really nice is taking colors from one place, you know, and balancing them, just a little hint of it often in the other side of the painting. So for instance, this kind of teal color, you notice how he just adds little bits of it onto the far side of the painting, just kind of, you know, bringing that same color into the opposite side. So there's a little bit of balance. cool blue, maybe bring a bit of cool or some white back in here. So now I'm taking some white, mixing in here with my glazing fluid. Now I'm kind of speeding around through this area here, but this again, I'm sure Bonnard spent, weeks in this little bit right there. Just, I'm barely using any paint here. This is mostly glazing fluid, just brushing it on. Just another thing that we're still going to need to do is some browns. Maybe before I move on, let's get... This is, I just took a little bit of warm red, mixed it with the blue, warm blue I had on my brush, which just immediately gets a much darker color. To brush into that area there. Barbara says, I've been painting water lilies all afternoon. Beginners classes are challenging. I'm not very good at keeping the vase colors in the right spaces on the palette. Very messy. That's totally fine. There's, you're probably more along the lines of someone like Francis Bacon, whose studio is a disaster, versus Mondrian, right? Let's just take a quick moment to thinking of like messy studios, messy palettes. We do have a Francis Bacon painting coming up soon, but it's worth just looking at the studio of Francis Bacon, which was just like a disaster zone. You can see he just like cleaned his brushes on the walls of his studio, splatters of paint everywhere. This looks like an episode of Hoarders on television, right? I mean, just magazines, newspaper clippings, everything trashed all about. I mean, this looks like somebody broke into his house and tried to steal things. But this is the studio setup in which he worked and lived. Well, I don't know about his living quarters. I remember I did see a movie 20 years ago probably about that, and I think his living situation was a little bit more cleanly, although his life was pretty chaotic too. So I think on the opposite side of things, we can look at the studio of Pierre Mondrian, famous. We did a where is it? We did a Mondrian paint. We've done a few Mondrian paintings, but this gives you an idea of what his studio space was like. It's looks like a high-end furniture store. It's like he would paint while he's in, a three-piece suit with a tie. You could, if you dropped, a sandwich on the floor, you could probably pick it up with a great deal of confidence that there's going to be absolutely nothing on that, no bugs or anything on there, because his studio is just, so clean. Anyway, just thought I'd point that out. Some artists are messier than others. Some people can keep all the paint in one place, and some people are a little bit more boisterous with their flamboyant with their color mixing, maybe you might say. How about let's divide up again into another. Okay, moving right along. We've got, really, I think at this point, the main things I want to do next are adding yellow in here. We haven't done that really yet. So we'll add some yellow. And then brown. And then we're finishing touches, really. I mean, and maybe could be very well for the finishing touches. We'll see here. So I think you'll see the main areas where we need orange, or not, well, orange too, but yellow are going to be kind of on the, let's see, side of the painting here. In here, and then we're going to use that same warm yellow to mix a brown that we'll use for her hair and the dog's hair, and select little pieces inside there. Okay, so it does look like we've got a couple of different yellows. On the left side, that looks like a cool yellow, very saturated. So let's take some white. And I guess we'll do this over here. So I added a little bit of white so that that yellow's going to really be very strong on the surface of the painting. Because otherwise the yellow might be a little bit transparent and might be harder for that to show up. So that white's going to dilute the color, make it a little bit more pastel, but it will also lighten that color. And if I feel like it's still not strong enough, I can always go and add just the yellow all by itself over top of the color, which I think I just might do. So perhaps let's... So the reason I've got two bands of yellow, whereas he's just got the one, is that I got that extra sliver, half an inch on either side. So I'm just going to continue that same motif along this side. That's great. That really adds some brightness to that side of the painting. That's beautiful. Maybe while we're right here, we can see that he's also done that in a few places on top of the blue. And what that's also going to do is help kind of lighten that area up. If we start putting some, we don't have to necessarily change the color and lighten it. We can use some of these yellows to help with that process. So most of the yellows on this side are warmer yellows, but there is a few instances where we've got this cooler yellow. Up front. Again, here we see this cool yellow in the foreground, and he's putting warm yellow in the background, which is, according to some, is sort of the exact opposite of what we want to do, but just going to mix a little bit of a lighter green to put in a few places down here. Oh, I did just notice that he's got that cool yellow and white. I didn't notice that off the edge. I'm just going to go in and just take warm yellow and just mix it right into my cool yellow. Mostly because they're not going to see much of a difference. And maybe we can even use some of that paint up a little bit. Okay, we'll use this different yellow. Over here you can see a few areas where he's got different yellows. Okay, now let's zoom in. On her. Let's take that. Let's add a bit of warm red into this mixture to get slightly more peachy color. She looks like she's maybe a little bit more turned to the side than I've got, which is a very difficult perspective to capture. Right, so again, like, that's one of those things about the work of Bonnard that I think is so fascinating, is that he's in many ways choosing poses that are awkward, ones that most artists would generally go out of the way to avoid, and he kind of is doing the opposite. He's making his whole career out of those types of things, which is super fascinating to me that someone would do that. It's almost like, you know, I mean, he's challenging himself, is the simplest way of putting it. Is rather than, you know, hiring a model and carefully posing them exactly the way you want, he's like going out of his way to find situations where people are being more natural, and less posed. Which, you know, as I think about it now, especially back then, that would have been super rare. Like, now with photography, we're used to the idea of photographs that are done, like a lot of street photography shows people that aren't necessarily, a lot of street photographers will take their cameras and take photos like waist height and just shoot photos, so, and kind of people may not necessarily even know that photographs are being taken, and so you get people who are just going about their day unaware that they're in a photograph. And so that genre of photography is super popular. But or, you know, photos from around the house. Like, I have a young daughter, and when she's starting to become aware of what a camera is, because sometimes she likes to look at the photos as after I've taken them. But for the most part, she's just sort of going about her thing, and I'm just taking pictures of her doing things, maybe picking her nose or something. Mouthful of food. She's probably, later on going to kill me for all those photos. Those kind of interstitial moments in between where people are kind of not aware that they're the subject of an artwork, a photograph, a drawing, a sculpture. Back then, that would have been really hard to pull off. Like, I can't think of another artist. Rembrandt? No. I don't know of another. You see, a lot of photographers more like Larry Clark or Wolfgang Tillmans. A lot of more contemporary photographer, or here in Vancouver, Fred Herzog, all really prioritized that really informal, almost what is it? Not secretive, but like incognito photography, where you're taking photographs of people with no idea what's going on, but it really didn't happen at all in art, in painting or drawing, ever until very recently. And now most people who do that begin with a photograph and transform them into paintings. Okay, so I've mixed my warm brown using warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. I got this nice brown. Now I've added some glazing fluid to thin it out so it's not so opaque. And this is one area, like her hair here is wild. The way that he's painted that hair. This whole face is super ambiguous. Like, what is, you tell me where her eye is in this. Like, I think that's a nostril. And I think that's an eyebrow or eyelashes, maybe an eye here. Right, it's super ambiguous. Mine is way, it's not very clear either, but it's certainly way more detailed, or not detailed. So I guess, I think I might want to try to bring a little bit of that chaotic element into this face. I also, again, remember, he's making most of these paintings, and this painting in particular, from memory. Remember that this is a painting that he began as a direct from a sketch that he made of his wife, and then his wife died shortly after he started the painting, and this is her in the tub, and then so he's finishing this painting based on his recollections of her. So that ambiguity here, the lack of detail in her face, her looking away, that's partly to do with his maybe inability to remember the exact specifics. But as I said, he did take photographs of her. He took photographs of her in the tub and on their bed and sitting at the kitchen table. So he certainly had reference material if he wanted it. But it appears that he chose not to. Goodness, there's a lot going on in here. Okay, so I just took my warm blue Barbara says, I forgot which blue was warm and which was cool. Well, I finished for now. On the wall to dry. I'll have another look at it tomorrow. Barbara says, this painting is tricky. So many colors. Yeah, I mean, especially when we get into here, it's like, the more I look at it, the more I see. And the subtle changes between all those colors is, man, it just seems to go on endlessly. You know, you can just, the more I see, the more I look, the more I see. Because he's deliberately making things look a little bit blurry. Right? So he wants that little bit of confusion to occur here. Lisa says, I missed the beginning. Who's Lady in the Tub? And Barbara says, it's Bonnard's wife. And Pascal says, did Bonnard just bring his notebook in the bathroom and sketch? Yes, Bonnard had his sketchbook with him all the time and was a compulsive drawer and drew a lot sort of when nobody really knew he was drawing. He would draw people while they were eating, while they were sleeping, while they were talking, while they're laughing with friends. A lot of family sort of, kids playing around the house. We often see in his paintings, sometimes like there'll be, you just think it's like one person or a still life, and then sometimes you'll just see a little head poking out around a corner or through a window, and you might have looked at that painting 100 times, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, there's a little kid in the corner of that painting, right? So there's a lot of his paintings are about trying to capture those super casual moments where maybe not everyone's aware that someone might be looking, or and as I said, I think he was probably one of the first persons to even think about doing something like that. Like in many ways, it wasn't even technically possible until the camera, and so maybe that's him learning from the camera and bringing that knowledge of what a camera can do to his painting. Because as I said, I don't think anyone really thought about, I mean, obviously we could talk about how the camera existed long before film, and that's how so many Renaissance paintings have that sort of realistic photographic quality all of a sudden because of the invention of the camera obscura. But even then, especially, I guess, if you're using a camera obscura, people could sort of pretend like they're in a casual moment, but they'd have to hold still for 20-30 minutes while someone carefully traced them out, right? So they're like Frans Hals maybe would be the person that I could think of. Is an artist who used, had these like children laughing, these kind of moments where, this guy drinking out of a jug. It's gonna drive me crazy now. Not Frans Hals. That's another Dutch painter. Look at that. I've never seen that image before. Whose work is... That's got to be some AI. This is Mid-Journey. That's a AI software. I was like, what on earth? There's no way anybody painted something like that 500 years ago. Caravaggio to some extent, sure. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. How do you describe an artist and their work if you can't think of a... This is one of my favorite books of all time, The Secret Knowledge by David Hockney. If you're really into painting, David Hockney is maybe him and Yayoi Kusuma are the two greatest living painters and artists. Is it Velasquez? Maybe. Who's this artist? That's him. Crazy. Velasquez and Gerrit von Honhorst. Maybe it's not the name I'm thinking of. France Halls. It's not Honhorst, it's... I know this is deeply uninteresting to... ChatGPT might know. Maybe... I know it's in this book. I know his work's all over that book somewhere. But, he's not Dutch at all. Oh, this is going to drive me crazy all morning. Okay, can't think of it. I guess I just gotta have to live without that knowledge. Okay, for the moment. It's locked in my head. It'll probably come to me 5 minutes after this episode ends. Okay, so what is it I want? I want to do the dog now. I do appreciate everyone trying to help me come up with ideas there in the chat. That's very, very awesome to have people who can try to help you brainstorm when the name escapes me, but anyway, it's not super important anyway. Just, but you know, in all honesty too, like sometimes, you know, when I'm doing things like that, part of it is maybe not necessarily consciously, but in a way of just sort of taking a little bit of a break from the act of painting and giving myself permission to step away for a few moments and get inspired by looking at some other images so that I can, you know, refocus, come back with maybe a little bit of slightly refreshed. And there's my stomach saying, how much longer do you think we're going to be here? I'm going to start digesting muscle tissue here shortly if you don't put something in your mouth, Michael. Take my red again. Take warm yellow. Even with a little bit of... Oh, I thought that was a tail. Maybe that's the hind leg. Interesting. Okay. I'm just going to take a little bit of this, put some of this blue and white. So now this is just my warm blue in the brown here. So it's a really dark, warm blue. Okay. Let's back that start seeing this painting in a close to complete state now and start to refine it. Saw Sanju in the chat. I forgot to mention that. Sanju, if you're still watching, good to see you. And he says, I love that I stopped watching because I needed to eat, and now it's still live. And he says, it's lovely that after a died-off painter, the painting still tells her story and their surroundings. Totally. Yeah, I mean, that's what's the great thing with art, is that, you know, long after someone's passed, we can still kind of interact with them in a way. We can still have a conversation with them, spend some time, especially when we're recreating their work like this. Pascal said Vermeer, maybe. Yeah, not Vermeer. Good guess. Vermeer's paintings are pretty stiff. I mean, the way that he painted, very slow, time-consuming, using the camera obscura. Emerson says, hello, hello, Emerson. Great deal. Barbara said, I just sent a photo of my painting to a friend. Her response was, very nice. Is it a pond? I think this painting you did today. Yeah, that can be a little dispiriting when you show your work to a friend and they're just like, oh yeah, it's a monkey's face. They're like, what? Oh yeah, like 2 eyes here and big mouth, chin, arms flailing on a... You're like, what? A monkey's face, really? I mean, there's famous stories of like abstract painters having people visit their studio and say like, oh, I love this landscape. They're like, landscape? No, it's an abstract painting. No, don't you see? That's the sun there, and oh, these are the buildings. This sort of looks like the, you know, our cottage in Maine or whatever. And they're like, what? As soon as they leave, they're just paint over the whole thing. They're like, I don't want it to look like that. Okay. So, let's do some finishing touches. I think I'm really close. Not much I think I want to do, but maybe just either adding some outlines or taking away some outlines. Maybe softening or lightening some things. Let's take a look at these images side by side. So some of these dark lines, I think I want to try to kind of pull back a little bit with. So that let's get a greenish yellow here. And let's add some white to that, because that white will help block stuff out. Take that color. A tiny bit of that line there. I mean, you'll notice this area of the tub is like super ambiguous. It's like, what are we looking at here? It's like, where do the tiles end and the tub begins? It's all pretty hard to discern. And obviously that's something that Bonnard was courting here, right? He's deliberately, he likes that blurry quality. You know, it's such an important feature of his work. Like, part of me, I mean, I like how my painting looks, but I look at his and I'm like, there's all of this, you know, really abstract stuff going on right over here. So maybe I'm just going to get a little bit more white on my brush. Like, I feel like mine is you know, much more defined than his. That's so tricky to pull off what he's doing here. purple. Like, I feel like my dog is too dark. It's not bad, it just definitely sticks out, like floating there pretty intensely. So my options here with this dog are to either reduce the saturation, the dark values here, or maybe just to try to build a little bit of some slightly darker values around it, so that it's not just some alien shape floating in space, but it's located in the painting, that it belongs where it is. And I think I'm going to do the latter, which is a little bit different than what he did, but I just want to darken in just a few, like take a little bit of a green, and maybe take a bit of my brown in this green, just make a slightly darker green. Even let's maybe take a slightly brownish green. It sort of looks like kind of this is happening around here anyway, right? That helps a little bit. There we go. So without even touching the dog, I'm starting to kind of bring the dog, into this space. Dog is still pretty dark. I think let's just take a bit of my brown and see if I can just paint over some of the darker blues that I have here. Just lighten it up a bit. Because sometimes, like, what the thing is not there. We can modify how that appears by actually working on other parts of the painting. Forgot maybe to put a bit of orange here. I was saving this, I guess, for this moment. Maybe just a bit of glazing fluid. Whoa, okay, let's start wrapping this up. I just looked at the time. It's, whoa, time has gone by, hasn't it? Whoa. Even some of those lines are dark, maybe darker than they ought to be. Let's Abdul says, "Hi, sir. Actually, I want to ask you that I am currently following your beginner drawing series, as I am new to shading and I'm struggling very much in shading. In the 4th lecture, you showed someone drew cat. Is it possible after your 3rd class? Is it... I'm not sure what the question is. Do you mean, is it possible to get better at shading after the 3rd class? Yeah, I mean, it's, again, all art techniques are skills that can take a lifetime to develop, which is maybe not what you want to hear, but you can't expect to do an hour or two of a lesson and get it and like, done, okay, mastered that, what else are we gonna do, right? It's gonna take some time to learn that skill and then to apply that skill. So I think just being a little bit patient, and if you practice drawing regularly, you will get it. You'll become much better at painting for sure, or drawing, I mean. And then he says, "I very much like your drawing of your dog, Michael. I call him Tim." The dog Tim. Pascal says, "Don't forget to share your painting in the group, NA. The review is next Tuesday." That's right. Yeah, so join the Facebook group if you haven't already and upload your work there. Small detail, but perhaps this woman may need a little nipple on her chest there. Because currently this kind of looks like she's wearing some sort of, at least in mine, like lingerie or something in the tub. Okay, so I kind of painted with white, or red with a little bit of white in it. Now I'm going to take I need a bit of a slightly darker, yeah, here we go. Like, I'm just going to take my warm blue and warm red. Just mix these together to get, because I don't want a bright red. I want something that's a little bit more muted. that's too much. Government work. Okay, so we've made it to this stage of the painting process of today's episode, where we can take a look at how these artworks stack up side by side. If you're want to support the show, please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell if you want to see more episodes like this. Next Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time here on the west coast of North America. Or actually, I think I'm going to start at 2 o'clock, just so I have an extra little bit of time, because there's a lot of stuff on the Facebook group. Which is why I'm doing this today and not doing the feedback episode. So I think we're going to start at 2 o'clock Pacific time. I want you to upload anything that you want some feedback on to the Facebook group, and I will give some free feedback. If you want to support the channel, help pay for the internet bills and the lights and the paints and everything, you can support the channel with a small donation through PayPal, through the Super Chat. Use the e-transfer by sending you my email is on the Facebook group and on my website. Those links are below. It's also if you want to use a check or money order. And then he says, I can't find your Facebook group. What is your photo? So the Facebook group is the first link in the description, but I'll put it here in the comment section anyway. There you go. So, how did these paintings stack up? There's the original, and there's my version. Maybe just back up a little bit more here. So, you know, immediately just upon observation side by side like that, I do feel like mine has way more outlines, these darker lines. This goes all the way back to my underpainting. You know, they appear darker. It makes the shapes more solid versus his. Everything's sort of blurry, and mine doesn't quite capture that same level of blurriness that he has in his. Blurry. What a fun word to say. The colors in mine are also just a little bit more saturated than his. Which is, you know, anyone who's been watching for a while knows that's pretty typical of the way that I like to paint, where everything is a little bit more saturated. It's just, you know, again, Bonnard is just the master of subtlety, and that's what's so hard about painting like him is getting that super subtle, like, I mean, I look at mine, I'm like, yeah, it's good. I'm going to be really happy with it while it's on its own. But when I look at it side by side, I'm like I'm almost tempted to glaze over everything with just a little bit of white, you know, just to make everything just a little bit tamped down a little bit, to desaturate everything a little bit. I'm not going to do that, but that would be an option for sure. The one thing is that, you know, that it can make everything look a little bit cloudy, which is different than dreamlike. It could look a little bit just, I don't know, like as if there's like a varnish over it that hasn't dried properly and it's got a cloudy effect, and you know, so I'm happy leaving it like that. Let's just zoom in on the details. Let's start in the bottom left corner here. Okay, so here we have the bottom left corner and the tiles on the floor. And I think you can even see here that, you know, I mean, I did my painting here in, what, 4 hours or so. 4.5 hours. And whereas he spent literally years on this painting. And each one of these little tiles, he's spent time thinking about and painting and stepping back and looking at how they all fit in as a whole. Whereas, you know, I probably spent maybe an hour in total on all of those tiles together. So it just makes for, you know, there's a little bit more definition there, a little bit less grays and browns and things in there, which personally I find I'm more than happy with. I like having, again, that more saturated color, but it is a little bit different than the original. Let's go up here and look at the curtain. I think this is, anyway, the shower curtain on the left. I think that turned out pretty good. Oddly enough, I actually feel like that could have gone a little bit darker, a little bit more purple. But I think it's okay, because right next to it I've got a blue that maybe went a little bit too dark and could be a little bit lighter. So they're kind of maybe balancing each other out just a little bit. It does make more sense, though, to have this be darker and that lighter, because they are, this is further away, so one might expect the blue to be a little bit more muted. So let's go to the middle there. Again, also, just keep in mind that there's that, you know, basically all the way around the painting, like almost a finger's wide, is stuff that wasn't there in the original that I've just made up. So if you're like, I count 1, 2, 3 blocks, large tiles, and you've got 4, what's going on there? Well, I had to add a little bit more to, otherwise I could have painted a border around the edge. Again, once again, you see the exquisite softness that he creates here, the ambiguity inside the water of, like, where's the knee, where are the toes, like, how does, you know, some people literally look at this painting and don't see a figure at first, right? Just like was it Barbara was saying, her friend said it looked like a pond, right? And you're like, no, it's a person in a bathtub. Right? So, but, you know, maybe that's actually pretty good, because that gets you a little bit closer to maybe what Bonnard was actually after. You know, some of this is a little bit hurried and sloppy. You know, again, you know, that's the difference between making a painting in 4 or 5 hours versus 4 or 5 years. Let's go to the far right there. That turned out okay. I mean, these could maybe have been softer, a little bit more pastel. I mean, I guess I said, everything else, the whole painting could use a little bit more pastel. It is what it is. I kind of was farting around in here, a little bit of an afterthought. I didn't spend maybe as much time there. That area just didn't seem to interest me much anyway, so I just sort of just kind of ignored it. Let's take a look at our friend Tim, as NA calls him, and the little puppy dog who's standing guard, keeping Marta company in the tub there. You know, I think in his, you know, it looks like the dog's eyes are almost closed, like the dog is, you know, like, you know, when a dog looks up and it sees you there, and then its eyes start to close, and it's like falling asleep as its head drops back down. That's the way I look at his. Mine is sort of, the eyes are a little bit more open. Now, I could fix that, but I don't know, it's not really important of a detail. And then let's just go to her figure here, Marta in the tub. As I said, like, even just trying to figure out, like, you know, is that the space between her toes there, like big toe and, like, I mean, I don't know, or is that the end of her foot? It's, I mean, I don't know. I did my best, and you know, actually, in retrospect, that probably is right. Maybe that leg could be longer, because if that one's bent and it's the same length, then that doesn't make any sense. But you know, I just noticed that now. I think it's okay. I can live with it. You know, her hand. I think that's okay. You know, and then I think probably, arguably, maybe the most important part of the painting is her face and hair. And yet that's maybe one of the most difficult things to pull off, because her face is sort of turned away from us, and the way he painted it, all of those colors, like, you know, now that I look at it, I'm like, maybe that's the eye. I thought the eye was here, but maybe that's the eye. So, you know, the more you look at it, maybe things change, and you're like, how did I get that wrong? Because you might see it differently. Obviously, the painting is not changing. We're changing. I do feel like it still looks like she's wearing like a dress here rather than the water. I don't know how he managed to pull that off. And his looks more convincing that she's slightly submerged in the water, whereas mine, less so. But that's why he gets paid the big bucks and I don't. Why he's in every major museum collection around the world, and I'm not, right? Because he's the master, and that's why we're studying from him. So, yeah, all in all, I think I feel pretty good about that. You know, as I look at it now, like, maybe those purples could be more saturated, but, you know, we could spend the rest of our lives seeing all the problems and things that we could have done, or we could celebrate the small victories we have made. And I'm going to choose to err on the side of positivity and not be too hard on myself, which is I also recommend you do as well, because at the end of the day, it's just painting. I know I've devoted myself to just painting my whole life and career, but it's nice to sometimes be able to, like, yeah, you know what, it's okay, I can live with it. Yeah, it's just a painting. Life is not gonna, doesn't hinge on the success or failure of this or any other artwork. So thank you everyone for joining me today. On Tuesday of next week, we're finally going to have our feedback episode. I scheduled it on a regular night so that I can't cancel it. The thumbnail's already up there, so you can even hit the notification bell so you'll know exactly when that episode, it'll give you a little reminder that the episode is going live when it does. If you want, you can change your notification settings, obviously. So thank you everybody. Look at all the more comments in the chat there. NA says, I'm going to bed. It's 10 o'clock at night here. Good night to all. And Lisa says, everything you do turns out great. Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate that. And Randy says, still painting, huh? I got my yard work done for the day, and it's now snack time. Okay, everyone, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We're done a little bit earlier than nighttime for me, so I'm gonna go have some lunch. Speaking of snacks, we'll see you all very soon. Have a great night, everybody, and until Tuesday, happy painting.